Alright, now I should have some voice. Alright, there we go. I wonder what the heck is going on here. Alright, what's up, guys? How's everyone doing? We here. What is up? What's up, Mia? How are you doing? Alright. Starting off a fresh month. Okay, so everyone can hear me. Cool. Alright, let's get in the game. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent, and welcome to Wicked Minis. How is everyone doing on this Sunday? Sunday. And the start of a new month. I'm trying to get myself situated here. All right. Now we're going to be working on Maleneth, Witchblade. Now I have an idea what we're going to do. This one here, we got to work on these pieces to get these things all set up and ready to go for the month ender. Since I missed out last month ender, we're going to be doing a double month ender over on Twitch, so that'll work, right? That'll work. All right. I'm going to fire up air compressor. I need to do some highlights. All right. It's kind of hard to tell when everything's just black. Everything's black. All right. Need to get airbrushes going. So hopefully everyone had a good week. I was off for like a whole entire week, so it was just crazy. Clean, what's up? Francois, what's up? How you doing? How are things? Come on. There you go. Gotta control the airflow here. All right, perfect. I got stuff everywhere, guys. I got too much stuff everywhere. Too many airbrushes. Too many airbrushes. Okay, cool. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a pre-highlight on this, which is gonna require my white ink, wherever the heck I did with it. Where the heck did I do with it? Ah, there it is. It's hiding. And I'm gonna need some thinner too. I need some thinner. All right. Need a little bit of stuff. Anyways, hopefully everyone had a good week. I had a pretty good week myself. Unfortunately, on like Halloween, I freaking poisoned myself for lunch, and that sucked. So I was like partially sick during my anniversary. Finally got the 200 stencils on one of them phantom legs. Got it sprayed. I got it mix up black glaze and start off this yellow. Nice. Seems like you're always talking about getting plagued by yellow all the time. All that yellow you doing. All that yellow. Alright, need a little petri dish. Little baby petri dish. Don't need a whole lot of white for a pre-highlight. A little bit of airbrush thinner. My kindergarten mixing brush here. I like it. Yeah, I had such a horrible day on last week's Tuesday. I don't think we streamed on Tuesday. I took a whole week off. Work just sucked. So, all right, pre-highlight. So with this lady, I have an idea. So I ordered some stuff off of Amazon. The one thing I don't have any of are real thin sheets of brass. I was sitting there, I was like, how come I do not have any brass strips? I have none. So I had to order some brass strips because what we're gonna do with this gal to make her look really cool, I was thinking because she looks like an assassin, look like she just pops out, gonna go and stab you in the face. So I figured that probably have some draperies. So that's why I needed the brass. So the real thin, .001 super thin brass, so then we can kind of buckle it all up. So it looked like it has some draperies right here on both sides of her. She popped out of a window or something, like right outside. I'm gonna go and stab you in the face. So I figured that would be kind of cool. So I'm ordering those. So in that, waiting for that to come around. So we're gonna do some pre-highlights. Kind of slight highlights in the back. And then we're probably going to remove her off of this base, but I'll just keep it there for that. Got the first 2 coats of 1,700 coats of yellow. 2 coats of spray I need to bring down with a black glaze. Nice. Like that, and then we'll keep that backside dark, keep this thing kind of relatively bright in the front. Ooh, I did a bad juju here. Anyways, let's only reason I say that, there's a spot there it looked like I missed sealing it up. Gonna rinse out my little makeshift kitchen sink here. Alright, so I got some questions for you Warhammer 40K players. Alright, now I was trying to build my list for my Imperial Knights. Okay. And I'm just using the Warhammer 40K app deal, because I could get the other ones. I don't even think Battle Scribe works anymore, but I know you guys told me a couple other ones to use, but I was using the Warhammer one just to kind of build a 2,000 point, just to see where I'm at with all the knights that we've been doing, and to let everybody know what we were working on just previously. We were working on these armigers. So these ones are the Helgrims, or whatever you want to call them. And then these are washed. I'm still waiting for the cool bases like we have on my other nights that we did. So these ones have like the Blood Angel theme scheme on them. And then they have these cool Elric hobby bases here. And I ordered 2 more of these ones and then 1 of the big knights, so we can replace these regular GW bases with them. I did these ones in the regular Blood Angel theme, right? So I did like a red and yellow for like the true guys, and then these ones here with the red and black, we did them for Death Company. So we still got a knight to still do, but these were the 2 armigers that we did. I got these guys all kind of set up and ready to roll. They look good, I like them. And I'm just waiting for those bases so they're done. And then we were working on the big knight and getting Ashtrath worked up here, but I have to stop because we have to do the month ender for my sub appreciation prize wheel deal. So I wasn't able to do last Friday because it was Halloween, and that's also my anniversary. So we're putting both of the giveaways. The last one was this one with Karlina von Karstein. So we did Karlina von Karstein here. And not bad for our little attempt on this thing, so I didn't think it was too bad. And so the next one is going to be her, but we're not going to be putting it on a plinth. I'm just going to kind of keep it structured, unless I can print some plinths that are a little bit smaller, because a lot of these figures are really tiny. And then once we're done with this one, we'll get back into doing the knight and stuff and start working on getting this all sketched out so we can have another figure on a knight, because that's what these other knights are. This is my big Imperial Knight. This is the Canis Rex that we have there, and there's a little Rex right there we need to paint up as well. And then on the tops, I've always done some sort of mural of some kind. And this one has Dante on it. So we'll put Ashtrath on the other one. Even though that he's going to be, Ashtrath will be a little bit more of a difficult one to do. So anyway, so we're working on this model so I can get this thing kind of prepped and going. I feel like she'll look really cool coming out of a couple, like coming through, like she snuck in through a window or whatnot to go and stab you in the face. I feel like that's a lot better of a choice there. Oh no. Oh no, my thing's a mess. I don't have any room. I need to go grab I need another palette paper. What a mess. Okay. Hold on, guys. I need to go grab it. I did. I have a question. Oh, okay. So Imperial Knights. I'm building the list. Okay. And I was going to use a Canis Rex. Then I was going to use the Castellan because we did the Castellan and the Canis Rex. All right. Then I have 6 armigers, but I felt like if I add 2 more armigers to it, I get a notification on there saying that like there's a rule of 3 on these guys. Like on your armigers. Like I can only have like 3 of them like this, and then 3 of them like this. But if I have 4, so I can't have 4 of these kind of guys. And 4 of these guys. Like they took that away. Like, I didn't know that there was a rule of 3 on these things, because I thought these were your battle line dudes. Shoot, well that puts us in a little bit of a predicament here because now I don't really need any more armigers, so I just did those Death Company armigers, and that's not going to be added in there. Because on like your previous list, like you saw like previous tournament lists, when did they change that though? Okay, so they removed it. Has that been recently? Because like previously I was able to have like 4 and 4 and 2 other knights. See, that was the thing. Like, I don't believe they're battle line anymore. So then it like gives me a flag saying that I could only have 3 of each one of them. But I'm like, that's all you guys have for armigers. You don't have anything that like really changes anything unless you start going into 30k armigers, and then that means I would have to add 30k armigers. So that's why I'm like super confused now, because it's not like they have like a whole lot of options. So it's like now I have to add additional BS to them now from like a completely different thing. Okay, so this one here. So you have the Canis Rex, Castellan Knight, but I can't add. I can only have 3 of the Warglaves, and then it tells me that I can only have 3 of these guys as well. So that puts me in check with them. And then for your character or your other data sheets, these 3 here, well, those things, I think those are big knights, like your big knights. And then this is your only armiger that you have, but it's a 30k. But you only have a Helvrins and Warglaves. You don't have anything else unless you go into 30k and get the Morax. The Murax. But that's a 30k model. Even though that you can add 30k to 40k, but still, it's not a 40k piece. So you literally only have those 2 40k pieces. Stubbers could be replaced with 1 melta gun. Oh, so they took the little melta gun that sits on the top of their heads away. So that like sucks, because that puts me only at like 1690 for what I have. There isn't any, like they took away battle line. Oops, my bad. They took away battle line and added other data sheet. So I would have to add an allied unit, which I either do Imperial. Oh, those are the big Warlord Titans. So I'd actually literally have to add an Imperial Agents into my dealio to make up for the rest of the points, unless I add a 3rd big knight. See, I can add a 3rd big knight, which I am doing. 9. But I don't think there's one that's 310 points, though. Yeah, Like, I think the cheapest one is a 365, and that's a Knight Preceptor. So I literally have to add three big knights to 6 armigers, and may have to take another armiger out and have 3 big knights and 1 armiger out, and then have to fill it in with an allied unit. I don't think you can take them in pairs. They don't allow me to add. Yeah, because there's no other way of adding. If I put them as pairs of 2, because if you put them at pairs of 2, then that would work, but they don't go as pairs, they're just one single one. I can't add any more to it. So I found that kind of odd that they took that away now. So you can't have any more than just the 3 Helgrins and the 3 Warglaves. But that's all is provided for Imperial Knights. Armigers in the last 2.5. New data slate every 3 to 4 months it happens. Yeah, so there's nothing in battle line. So now you got to bring 3 big ones, and then you can have your 6. But most of the time, you bring 3 big ones, you can only have 5 armigers if you have 3 big ones. So I'm gonna have to drop that, and then possibly add an assassin or something of that sort. That's like 100 points, because I just found it really weird. That's because I was able to have them, and then now I'm not able to have them anymore. And then that seemed like that just changed. Like, it just changed in these last, like, a few months, because I was just playing around with them, and I was like, okay, I can have 8 armigers, and then a Canis Rex, and the Castellan. So I needed 2 more knights. And then, or 2 more armigers, so I added those in the thing. I never got a cautionary thing saying I couldn't have them, so then that's why I planned it. Then we finished them, and then now it says I can't have them now. It figures. It's the typical GW nonsense, but that's the reason why we're doing the 3rd night also, because I needed a 3rd night. So, but all right, well that makes sense then if they made it a rule of 3 on those. For doing secondaries, yeah, the Calidus Assassin. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick up. I just ordered the Assassin. It just feels like I have to keep on adding more and more to my Imperial Knights, which is kind of annoying. Like, that's just like the big deal right now. Is just like, it's getting annoying now. Because I'm like, oh, okay, I can have a full knight list. Not really. You gotta fill it in with some stupid thing. Because now they changed it. I guess the knights are a little too OP, so they go on a nerfing binge. Yeah, since launch of them, they were putting in the Imperial agents added to the knights, but you could have like a full, because they were putting the sisters with them. And it's like, I get some of those things, but you should be able to have your own knights too. And especially if they're not going to give you any more weapon options. Now, like Chaos Knights, you have different weapon options that gives them different names for your war dogs. But like Imperial Knights, they don't really give you any more armigers but the 2. That's what's so crappy about it. So I figured that that would be your battle line, is your armigers. And if you have more than 3, it seemed like it would have to bypass, just because that's the only 2 that you have for your 40k world. And then Chaos Knights, they have like 4 or 5 different ones. So they have different weapon setups, so then they can change their names of the war dogs, so you can have 3 of each one. That's why you can have like 14 war dogs in Chaos Knights, because you have multiple different kinds. But Imperial Knights only have 2. Unless you pull the 30k ones. And then I see that they significantly dropped them in points. They were higher in points, and now they're lower in points. But it's just been kind of weird. Because it's like, I just did it not too long ago. It had to be at least like 5 months ago or so, when I was putting in the thing, while I was planning for the Knights to have 2 more armigers. And I was able to add them in there without any like structures. But then it also didn't say other data sheet. It said battle line in the app though. I do recall it saying a battle line for my armigers. So that's probably why they had to take that away. Yeah, and you can do either or. So you can do agents, or the Agents of the Imperium, or the other one. Yeah, but they do fall under the agents. Which that means that you're still gonna have to run with 2 different codexes. This is another big pain in the butt. I don't know why they have to make it. Well, I guess I know why. Because I mean, I guess the Imperial Knights have been having a kind of a good show running for some time now. And then I do have sisters, and I was planning on adding the sisters to the Knights. But then in that case, I really don't need 2 other armigers. I guess there's another big Knight. And I think the big Knight, I just want the... I guess I'll 3D print the 2 additional weapons that need to go with that Knight. So he has the little dome thingy. And then do that guy. Do that Knight. Alright, so this lady... And I have to say, GW has been just slacking on how terrible... How terrible these freaking miniatures are. Okay. Like, they've been doing, like, GW's been making horrible woman faces. Like, her face is just fugly. Like, I just don't understand why they have to make them so ugly. Armigers are battle line, then my Ballista's Dread should be battle line too. Yeah, she has great hair. She's got like one of the fuggliest faces, man. I mean, she just has like a butter face. It's such a pain in the butt. Gee whiz, stuff's all going crazy right now. I seem to remember they changed the armor rules because people were just bringing all armor. Okay, so they must have changed it during the last freaking data update. It changed when the codex came out, huh? Okay. So they just recently did the Game Workshop gotcha moment. Alright, that makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe I'll wait around a bit and then maybe they'll re-enter it back in again. Okay, so we're going to be playing around with... Oh, I need to grab some other things too. Shoot, I'm sorry guys. Hold on. We're going to be working with purples. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I needed to get the medium glaze wash because we're going to need this for the G-Dub or the Monument Hobbies. What else was I gonna say? So yeah, it must have been changed when the Chaos Knights came out because then they made it where, well, I think they made it more pliable for Chaos Knights because they have multiple War Dogs. But I don't think there was any thought process to that when the Imperial Knights come out because there's only like 2 different armigers you can have. Yeah, because I'm like, I swear that I was watching like tournament players and they were coming in with like 5 or 6 armigers, like of the ones with the Warglaives or whatever, and they had like, you know, 4 or 5 of each one with a couple knights or a single knight or something. So yeah. Anyways, I mean, all I have to do is just wait around. I'll get the other night ready to go. All right. Guess we'll make her with all her. We'll make it with some black pants. There's not a whole lot of her pants showing anyways. Some black boots, black pants. We'll do purple armors. Her purple armor bits would be pretty cool. It's like she's throwing a shuriken or something like that. Yeah, you just gotta try to plan things out accordingly, I guess. Now, black. I'm like, I don't know if I want to make it coal black though. We'll do a little satin black and see where we go with that. And I feel like I want to add a little bit of something in this mix. I wonder if I should add a color to it. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. I'm gonna add a little bit of this little red oxide in there.
Cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is to understand cricket.
No one understands cricket. Oh, so there is a detachment. Okay. I'll have to look into it then. All right, so that somewhat solves that issue, I guess. So you can take unlimited, is what I'm told. They changed it with the Imperial Knight Codex. You gotta pick the detachment in the menu section. Okay. Yeah, there was like 4 other ones. I would have to look into them on the from the codex and see which one of those makes it where I can have more. So I can actually do the armigers and then add those ones. So now it's not like a total waste of time. That was like my biggest one. Like, did I literally just waste a whole bunch of time like doing 2 other armigers when I can't use them? So, yeah, that was like the big thing right there. Okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better that I didn't like waste a bunch of time doing more armigers for no reason. All right, so, okay, so we got that resolved. Now, there was another thing I wanted to bring up too, and I can't remember. Oh, yeah, so today for the next week previews, because everybody we were able to do the pre-order for Blood Bowl 3 Season 3, which is not that big of a deal. I already got my Blood Bowl guys. I don't even particularly care for that box. But it was kind of cool. I'd eventually have to pick up the rule book for Blood Bowl so I can make some cool pitches. Utilizing the pitches that I have. I have a whole bunch of pitches. Like, I have like 3 different pitches. And then I saw on the preview that they got the new Kill Team 2-player set, but to me it's not worth it because it doesn't come with anything. I think that got everything answered for my Imperial Knights. So that made me feel so much better about my Imperial Knights. I was sitting there, I was like, my gosh, and I'm like, would GW stop doing this to me? I'm so close to being done with doing those. And then the other one, I swore I had another one though that popped up. Oh, so yeah, and within the Imperial Knights, if you do pick up the Agents of the Imperium, do you need the Agents of the Imperium Codex to play those? Because I don't think the Sisters would work the same. So say if I added Sisters to my Imperial Knights, I don't think you use the Sisters Codex. You would use the Imperial Agents Codex, if I remember. So I need the Imperial Agents Codex, right? Okay. So that's the other one that I need to maybe get, because I might. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna add the assassins in there, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But if I was gonna add, like, I think it'd be kind of cool to add the Death Watch, like adding the Death Watch kill team to it. I think that'd be kind of cool. But if I added any of the big set of units, like the Sisters and all that stuff, I guess I would use the Agents of the Imperium Codex. Is what I was trying to get at. All right, so that answered that question. All right, so I think I'm solid. I think out of all the Warhammer 40K questions, I'm solid there. All right, so that answers everything. I'll just have to look up and see which of the detachments it is, so I can run multiple armigers. Because I want to play it that way. And then we'll have the third night, so I could play the 3 big knights and like 5 armigers and maybe like the Callistus, the assassin or whatever agent put in there, and see how that goes. Actually, I really dig this black with not sure if that's a piece of armor. Nope, that's part of the shoe. Was it? Sure. Actually, I like that red and that black. That makes it really nice. All right, now it does. It almost like I could put her as the assassin. Be like, I'm just running her as the assassin. Yeah, because I think the other assassin has a big giant blade too. All dominatrix, latex stuff she's all in. In her little cat suit. Okay. Next one. I'm gonna do some dark purple with some pro acryl here. Yeah, blades and braids. Is that the psychic attacks magnet? Budilla? Catsuit, gimp mask. What's the difference really? It's true. It's true. I think I want to go up mid-tone on this. We're gonna go with royal purple. And then I think I'm gonna mix the medium with this. If it'll come out. There we go. All right. What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. So we're gonna do the glaze watch. Medium here. I'm gonna put it off to the side. Just a little droplet of it. Well, as little as it comes out of this bottle. Then I'm gonna take the royal purple. Here, I'll show you. Okay. So that's the glazed medium I put in there. I'm going to take the royal purple out of here and then I'm going to mix it into this. Okay. So it's going to give it more medium to pigmentations. So in that turn, it's going to give it more of a transparency. And then that'll work for our pre-highlights that we did on this. Low volume alert, no problems there, Painty Paint Paints. So now I'll put it on here where we'll get coverage to an extent. I might have had maybe too much on my brush. to this so I can get a little bit smoother of a transition here. All right, and then the other thing that I was talking about, many years ago, I said, I'm not getting any other more paint lines. I lied. And the worst part is I told everybody that I was never gonna back another Kickstarter of paints. And I'm backing another Kickstarter of paints. Now, last time I backed the two thin coats because I always was a big fan of Duncan when he was with Games Workshop doing all the painting tutorials. Right, and so with the painting tutorials and stuff that he did for GA Games Workshop, and then he was doing a paint line with the two thin coats, I was like, all right, I'll back this, see what we got for maybe another, you know, secondary paint line to kind of fall back on if I needed it for certain things. And then that turned out to be a bust. It was if you guys like two thin coats, great. I was not a big fan of it, so I mostly gave away all my two thin coats away. So now we got what, Artist Opus and the Cult of Paint guys. So the Cult of Paint guys, that's like Andy Wardle, which I always really enjoy his paint methods, his techniques, and his miniatures. They're always wonderful. If you've seen in they had two golden demon placements on the Spiel Germany, or Spiel Essen Germany, with two of his pieces. And then he was utilizing this for the Kickstarter because some of his Golden Demon pieces were used by those paints. That has nothing to deal like if you got the paints, you're gonna win a Golden Demon by any means, though. But I kind of like how he talks about the paints being more of a satin, not a full matte. A lot of people are really down for the matte, like the crazy matte matte finish paints, which is great in a way, but there's like certain techniques when you're applying super matte finishes that they give you a chalkiness to them, especially when you're using them as glazes. So he was trying to get a paint that had not like a lot of the like pro acrylic paints have like tremendous coverage. And then like scale 75s are like really translucent, so they're like very transparent paints when you're painting with scale 75 stuff. The coverage is not there, but it's a workable paint. So he has kind of like that in between both. He does have like a slight matte, but he says it's not a full-on matte. It's a slight matte to like a really soft satin paints, and I do like those. Those are kind of like what old army painter stuff was. What's up, Cedrix? So I decided, I was like, okay, I'll back it. 63 paints. You get them for like $3.75. Kind of almost the same thing as 2 thin coats. So I'm going to give it a shot again. I don't know if it'll be a good idea. And it could be that the paints are from 2 thin coats are probably good. They're just because of the Kickstarter, they had to like scramble to get them out the door. But then also on the Cult of Paint one, for the new paint line, they don't have $1 million like freaking Duncan Rhodes did. It's like half that, so maybe they'll have a little bit more better output on how they're gonna do their paints. So I'm gonna give it a try. We're gonna try again. The cougars were hunting this year at the fair, I bet. It's like they didn't get me. Isn't that what you were after anyway, Space Nifty? Like, not always. I'm like, I thought that's what you were after. All right, so I'm gonna mix that dark purple with the royal purple. Using that for my darks. bit more familiarity here. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'll use some bright pale yellow. But see, I think it's still in Kickstarter for another 4 days. Then afterwards, who knows? For Kickstarters, it seems like I've been having a very long time getting anything from these things. Everything's so delayed all the time. Nightweb has wrapped them up on one of the guns, had leaked resin on the other. Had not been sealed. I guess wrecked 3 of the guns. Took a bit to get them cleaned and repainted. Oh, that sucks. Let's see here. Single pledge level. 10 sets of 6 paints. Normal black, a matte black, and a white. Founders Edition box, a set of 6. Red, orange, yellow, warm green, blah, blah, blah. Post shipping, be charged later. So they don't have a... So they set a date of May to start shipping. So it'll be May of 2026. So that's relatively when they're going to ship that thing out. Isn't too bad. Yeah, it isn't too bad if it actually does get shipped in May. Like, if it does get shipped in May, that'd be great. But that's not really a guarantee on anything. All my Kickstarters have been about a year late plus. That looks good, man. You did a great job. You look good. Nice and clean, looks good. Got all the rest of your little goodies all scratched in there and stuff. Looks good. Looks great. It's really, really, really good. Because you gotta say, like, I still have not received any word or nothing about my Mindworks Studio stuff. And that's been forever. Like, that thing kicked off in like, didn't that thing kick off in May of 2 years ago? So was it 25, 24, 2023? Wasn't it in like May of 2023 for that Kickstarter? I don't know. Where's my phone? Like, that thing is like forever old. Maybe it was 2024. Maybe it was May of 2024. Yeah, I think it was May of 2024. Let's see here. I mean, I've been waiting forever. Yeah, that's paint and miniatures. Like, I've been waiting forever. It's been funny. The whole thing was quite the whole thing was quite intriguing, to be honest, because I'm like, it was a hell of a Kickstarter. Just the executing at the end, not so much. Which is not like the end of the world for me, because it's not like I need that like right now. Like, it's a lot of miniatures. So, yeah, their shipping timeline was June of 2 years ago. June of last year. So I think the Kickstarter happened in May. Shipping was supposed to happen in June of last year, and then of course we're past that now by quite a bit. And supposedly, like, there was always these dates about shipping things off, but just never got there. Like, it was just like, okay, it's like, okay. Yeah, so those are supposed to have some heavy body paints. Like heavy body paints, and you get a bunch of miniatures from Brom, the artist Brom. And I always thought his artwork was amazing. And then we actually get to have miniatures of them. I was like, oh yeah, that's such a, well, what a great Kickstarter. The worst part is just that the execution of that Kickstarter, just so many delays. Like, I think slight problem with Mindworks is that the Kickstarter involved two elements there. One element was the miniatures that they're, like the little busts and miniatures that they make, which they're already pretty much well endowed on how to do those, because they make really great pieces. Because I have tons of Mindworks Studio pieces, like I got, like the Red Moon here. They're beautiful casted pieces. So they're very well endowed in that. I think it was that they were doing the miniatures for Brom and then also kicking a paint set as well with those heavy body acrylics. And I think a big delay is that the paints weren't, however they do the paints or whatnot, weren't really ready yet, and they were having problems with like bottling and everything else. So like that was like a huge delay on just trying to get the paints in the bottles. And then they were having problems with like the packages that the paints are supposed to go in and all these other things. Just tons and tons of delay. And then on top of it, they went from a small, anybody that's moving from another like building to a bigger facility, because you needed more space for all the stuff that you're doing, is already delayed, because that's what happened with my my wet palette. Is that Kickstarter for the wet palette, it took over a year. It was a year late. It was supposed to come in September of like 2 years ago, and then it came September of last year. It was a full year late just because you're going into a bigger facility, so that delays you right there on the spot, because that takes time and paperwork and yada yada, plus the move, and then on top of it you're making and building stuff. It was crazy. So Mineworks is like extremely behind. And then the things that cracked me up so much during the whole dealio was like, you have this huge orderings of products that you have to make. And I think it happened like in June, they were gonna start working on making stuff and shipping things out. And then it was late, and then it went all the way to August. And then they were just like, oh, we're gonna take this like 3-week break or something like that because we're in Italy. So I guess Italy, they take some form of a break in the middle of Italy. And I'm like, dude, you have like a massive amount of orders on your hands. Like, it's like, I don't think there's any breaks until you get those things like done and out of the hair. And then they were just getting like all the paints, finally getting them tubed. Getting the paints put in the tubes and stuff, and they had to get like another paint thing that makes paints or whatever, or puts the paints in the tubes or whatever. They had to get like another one and all this other stuff. And it was crazy. Like the things that he was doing, I mean, it was great achievements that he was doing, but boy, it was like late. And on my hand, it's like, I got so much crap, I don't even know what the heck to do with all of the Kickstarter miniatures. I mean, it's going to be a ton of them. Like, I think it's like 12 or 14 extra busts and like all these other crazy things when you made the order. Like, it was crazy. And then, but on top of it too, they were getting the paint thing figured out and everything. And then right when some orders were getting shipped out, and then they were just like, oh, we're going to do the pre-orders for everybody for the paints. And I'm like, boy, you haven't even got the Kickstarter stuff out yet. Like, so it's like, it was hilarious. Like one thing after another, I was like, wow, okay. And then it's just, all it was just a bunch of complaints afterwards and yada yada, and how to get things going and doing things and doing stuff. And it's funny. Why you read all the updates on that Kickstarter, and I get like a good chuckle out of it because it is kind of funny. I think I want to just kind of stay focused on this here. We should change that. Let's see here. I want to go. I think it was just way too much purple of one area. We're making a change here. Yeah. Oh, where's my more glaze wash? We're gonna make up 2 extra spots here. Possibly 3. I'll put 3 there just in case. All right. And then the dark one. Oh. Yeah, so I always told myself that I wasn't ever gonna do any more of these stinking Kickstarters. And then I found myself into like 2. I got 1 game found and then 1 Kickstarter. And then when it comes to Mindworks ever gonna do another Kickstarter again, will be up in the air if I'm gonna do it or not. Just for the fact that that last Kickstarter, because they already did a Kickstarter before, but I don't think that other Kickstarter was as large. When he did, what was it, Patrick J. Jones pieces. It was like the first Kickstarter piece. And then the second one was that Braum. And then I don't know about the third one. That Braum one was huge. All right, now this is with the glazes. All I'm trying to do now is just trying to blend the transitions. Once I get the transitions looking relatively good, then we'll move on to the next half of the armor pieces. It's nice just kind of sticking to the one that you got. I think the kill team's okay, but it doesn't come with any terrain. So I don't need the 2-player playset unless it's actually coming with terrain. I just don't see the value of it. Because then the other question in mind now is what's the price tag for both of those with no terrain? There's the big one. Yeah, you get like the scout units, but that's about it. That's gonna be coming with that. And then they're selling the Tomb World, so they're doing the Tomb World kill zone for the terrain pieces, which you could have got from the other one with the Death Watch and the Necrons. And then this one seems like this is a 2-player box set with the Tau and where's their new Tau pieces, which those are kind of cool. So new Tau pieces, and then the new Space Wolf, like whatever they call them, whatever those people are called. I don't even know what the heck they're even called. Yeah, the Wolf Scouts. So yeah, okay, I guess they're called Wolf Scouts. And then the Stealth Battlesuit Kill Team from Tau. So those are new, I think, too. Yeah, so they're literally just, it's just this. So you literally get the box and it just literally gives you these, plus your cards and whatnot, your cards, tokens, and whatnot here, and two teams. Like, that's all you get. Which is kind of cool getting, like, new dudes. And then they're doing the Kill Zone Tomb World, which that's its own separate thing. Christmas crap. So it just depends if it's like an actual deal for the box, which I doubt that is going to be a deal for the box. I bet it'll be the same as buying this and buying this. I don't know. The only thing I look at is just the value. I don't believe that the 2-player box value is correct. We had this issue before with, I didn't buy it because it was just 2 units. It was, the Scorpions, and whoever the Scorpions were playing against, it was literally like 2 kill team units in a box. And then I think it was like at that time, before the raising of all these prices for those 2 kill team ones, was like 120. But then you can buy both kill team units for 120. So the only thing that it literally gives you is just the booklet and the tokens. So I didn't see like the value of it. That would be the only reason, is if you need them now. But then you got to say from the Tomb World with the Death Watch and the Necrons, they're already out for pre-order. So whatever, how long that was just last month to this month. So it's only a month wait to get them individually. Because I got the Tomb World one beginning of last year, or beginning of last month of October. And then now this beginning of this month of November, you can get the Necrons and the Death Watch, the new Death Watch now. Those are for pre-order for this coming Saturday. So, I don't know. Like, it has to have like something of some value to it for me to want to get it. If it doesn't have like the extra terrain pieces or something there that kind of actually gives you valuation to the box, then technically you're just buying two kill teams in one box. Now, we don't know exactly what the price tag of this new kill team is, because just the 2 units of kill team in one box, like what is the price tag on that? Because how much is a kill team now? So some of your boxes are like $70. Some are $80. So they range from $70 to $80 for kill teams. So it kind of depends on what you're getting. But you're talking about these other kill teams have more models in it than those ones that you're getting. So you're literally only getting 5 miniatures. Like, you're even getting less kill team players. That making sense? Yeah, because like the Scorpions are like $82. And then like your scouts, but yeah, like your scouts, you get 3, 6, 79. You get 10 scouts for $82. And the Space Wolves, there's only 5 dudes in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 dudes in a wolf. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 dudes of Tau and 2 droids. So your scouts, you get at least 10. And this one here, you're getting 5 and 5, so I'm thinking that those are going to be $70. So the box itself will be, I wouldn't be surprised if they sell that double player box for $200. just to stab you. Because I don't know what the price tag of that box is. That's the reason why I haven't got into it. Because I'm like, I don't know if I want it. I don't need it. There's just no value in it. Like, normally you get 2 player boxes because you get a deal. Now, if they give you like both those boxes, say they're $70, $140. If they give you both a 2 player box set for like $120, that's probably a good deal. But I doubt that they're gonna give it to you for $120. GW never goes down, it goes up. They never go down. What a dumb release then. Yeah, it just depends on what that 2 player box set goes for. But I don't think that they'll sell it for $120. Because that would be a deal if you could save like $20. So you're saving like $10 per each unit of Kill Team, but I just don't think that they're gonna sell it for that. So I'm gonna have to wait and see what the price tag is for them. It's just one of those things where it's just not getting appeasing anymore for, you know, player box sets. Because that Tomb World box was freaking, I mean, that thing's massive. That's the biggest Kill Team, that is the biggest box. I mean, it's bigger than the 10th edition box. Like, that thing is massive box. And honestly, I can't even remember what I paid for it. See if I can log into my thing here. How much did I pay for that stupid thing? The new Necron box? Yeah, so I got that big Tomb World box for $212 because you get 15%. So I think they were selling it for $225 at the time. Or no, maybe they were selling it for $250. Yeah, so they were selling it for $250 for that big Tomb World box. I got order on this one. New Necron box, 500 worlds or whatever? No, what's that one? What's that one all about? I need to know about that. Is it an article or something? Or is it just another possible rumor? Oh, it's a confirmed leak? Nah, I need to know about this. Where's this leaky leak? I think it's the end of the edition campaign, the combat patrols. Ah, thank you. Some of the rumored characters are either frequently in or around Ultramar, like Horon. Or about the redone Gilliman. No, I think they're all of these dudes look the same. I don't see a all these don't look new to me. Because those are the heavy destroyers. It's like, looks like you got 2 heavy destroyers. 3 of the, whatever, those scorpion looking. And these are the Scorpec destroyers. Yeah, you get 3 of those, and then you get the Hex Mark as your boss. And then you got 2 heavy destroyers. And then you get, I forget what the hell these guys are called, but none of these look new of any kind. Why are they calling them a battalion of Necrons? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think they did in 9th edition. They had like the, oh, what do they call it? Yeah, they were like little mini versions of the combat patrol boxes. They were called the, I don't think they were called border patrol, but they were called, now I'm losing it too. Like, yeah, there was like the little smaller ones. They weren't exactly a full-size combat patrol box. They were like little smaller ones. Yeah, the boarding actions, yeah. So they're like the little boarding action boxes. It might be 500 points for those. And selling them for probably the same price as a combat patrol. $180. So then they can take their combat patrol boxes and then sell those things for $200. All GW's been doing is just getting slightly greedy. Getting slightly greedy. Yeah, they're a little unhinged right now. They're getting away with some things that I'm just kind of surprised. We'll see how it goes for the Battle Force boxes, but maybe they still got enough of that fear of missing out that scares people into getting them for those the new Christmas boxes. But technically, nothing in those Christmas boxes just after all the years of being in G-dubs, playing with their games, buying their products and goods. Like just last year Christmas boxes I felt was a little pullback from the previous year, and then this one's like half of what you get for last Christmas box. So I don't know. I feel like I guess they'll just keep doing it. Pretty soon they'll be like, here's 2 units for $250. Make sure you get your Christmas boxes. So I'm slightly not moved by their motives. Well, the only thing I can only hope for is hopefully there'll be another, 41st millennia kind of game. That'll eventually replace GW, because GW is starting to get a little too expensive to play. Yeah, I'm not an expert either, but I feel like that once we start seeing people not buying as many of the boxes, or they're not sold out of these boxes, then regions, that I feel like there might be a business change, but I don't think they're going to change anything anytime soon. Not until the sales are not there anymore. It takes forever to get these things to do what I want them to do. All right. Dark purple, royal purple mix. Okay. It keeps them relevant as lore and tournaments. It's like, I mean, they have like a great game. They got great plastic. It's just that I feel like their pricing is just so high. They're getting like really stupid expensive. And we need, it needs to like start going down in price. Like, I don't believe that these things gotta keep staying the price that they're at. I find them just super expensive. And then they keep getting like slightly smaller. I mean, granted, they like upsized the Terminators, which is great, but then like everything else is like smaller. I don't know. Like, I'm just, and less of. I have no reason to paint. Well, I think they'll paint because of tournaments. There's still a huge clout with, you know, golden demons and what have you. And they're like, and they're relevant. And they had like the big tournament games. They're like big time too. But just like the regular folks like me and you and stuff like that, I just kind of look at it going like, man, the value of these boxes are diminishing a bit. Yeah, it was like, and that was already from their raises of 9th edition. Like 8th edition was cheap. Like you can buy like if you guys remember the Apocalypse boxes, like they were just massive boxes of miniatures. It was so awesome. And then the Battle Force boxes were like just massive amount of minis. And then 8th edition, 9th edition, you had a pretty decent Christmas boxes through the years. And then now just like these Christmas boxes, I'm like, these are like, they've been the worst. There's not that much in them. Well, I'm just saying, like, the Golden Demon will keep it relevant for army painters. The ones that are painting will be tournaments and stuff like that. Casual play will be whatever you got. I mean, pretty soon, casual play will be just 3D printed miniatures of your casual playing. A box of Infiltrators was $45 4 years ago. Ah, almost feels right. Feels like they're like in the $50 range. And now they're 65. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like the value of boxes are just so, especially if you've been in it for some time and then you're just like, man, these boxes are getting less of stuff for higher price. But yeah, it sucks. So it'll eventually get to the point where, you know, $250 for a Battle Force box or $300 for a Start Collecting or a new edition box. You know, like once we get into 11th edition, that's probably going to be a $300 box. And I'm like, you could buy a 3D printer for $300, like a really, really nice one. And then for $10 a month, you can pretty much get whatever you want from My Mini Factory or Patreon. And literally print out your own armies for casual play. I mean, you can't do tournament plays, but you know, like how many tournament players do you really have? In comparison to your casual players. So that's where I'm like down to, where it's like maybe 3D printing them is probably the best way to go if you're going to casually play. Ugh. I still feel like this part needs to be a little brighter. Lurking as corn wants to. Oh, absolutely. Gotta get the goods. I don't want that more brighter right there. Right now, I was just fuzzing lines. I'm painting off camera always. What's wrong with me? That's a little better now. This is slow transitions here. I got a lot of angles, so I'm trying my best here. That's a wee bit better. Crap. Now, get a little bit more delicate in our deal here. I'm going to take a little bit of our black that we did for the leathers. Add a little bit of that bright ivory to it. I'm off camera again. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. It was a lot of work for just one leg, but let's keep on keep on keeping on here. Glazing and glazing and glazing. And then when you think that you're done with glazing, you keep on glazing. Never have the patience to glaze properly. Yeah, it's still not done. I still need more glaze coats in this thing because it's still not transitioning good enough yet. Yeah, the patience is for real on these things. Like, no joke. And I feel like I always have to do even more glaze coats when it comes to pro acrylic paints with the glaze wash medium. I feel like I always have to do more and more because even still with the glaze wash in it, it's still so pigmented that it kind of chalks out a little bit on me. From the transition here looks relatively good. Transition from here to here is still like the layers. You can kind of still see them. But then also you got to make sure that you give it enough time for drying. You got to give it time to dry. And then sometimes you'll start feeling like it's not glazing right. And that's because you're not giving it enough dry time on it. Even though that you're putting them on very small little layers, but they're still like soft and still not like fully like cured hard, like cured dried. And sometimes you'll sit there and kind of overwork it a bit. And technically, like, the glaze doesn't have to be like a full glaze like over top. You're just trying to fuzz the lines out in between this. That's all that is required for the glazing. And since I'm painting on such a small miniature, you're literally just stipulating these little areas just to try to fuzz up the lines. You know, you're not painting anything really large where you can actually like take big sections and kind of move the pigmentation and the medium across the line with like nice good full strokes across the whole dealio. You're like literally doing it in like a microscopic area here, but you can still see it. And that's why I can see why a lot of artists go back to airbrush and hitting certain spots with the airbrush. Because airbrush glaze is way easier than an actual brush. You can get a good transition, I guess I should say. A better transition with an airbrush. Because it puts it at a finer and steady, like finer and more even across the miniature, but it's hard to spray in something that's so tiny as well. Oh, that's friggin' fast. What is your grocery store like right next to your house or something? Yeah, this is like a friggin' stoplight away. Just pow, grab some stuff, get back. I think it looks good. Like, I think we got the lighting and everything proper on that. And then this thing here is a shade less because you're not getting that full brightness like you do on this side. I mean, you still have a bright spot, but you still want to make sure that it's not as bright as this part here. Yeah, it's been a long time since I did purple armor too, so you gotta give me a little bit of slack, because normally we're always doing silver and gold and all that stuff. Like, I'm literally just coming up with a recipe as we're going. I don't have a recipe for purple, so this is what we're doing. It's dark purple, royal purple, and bright pale yellow. That's what we're using on these. And we're just gonna make it work. And then I'm working on this part of the knee, but you see how like the knee is kicked back here, so you can't give it the same brightness as this or this, to be honest, but you still got to make sure that it has a purple hue to it, so we're just going in between colors. So normally on this I have my 3 mains, which that's what we did the 3 mains with, right, is these. Actually, the top part here, I lied. This is 4 mains. We have this bright highlight that I mixed with the bright pale yellow, and that's what's giving me my super bright area here around the edge. All right, is that one. And then I'm kind of fuzzing them down to these 3. The back side here are these three. And then these are what they're mixed up with the glaze wash, so they're very medium base, so I can get a transparency going here. Right? It's the same as these three, but just with the glaze wash medium we put in for those three. And then that's what that backside, the backside piece of this part is with those. With these three. And then the brighter one is just because we added this one for the very bright edge highlights we put on there. Right? And then now we're going to be doing the back side of this leg. So technically it's just going to be, that's going to be your brightest. And then that's going to be, of course, your darkest, right? So they're only going to be working with just these two, with these two and glazing them until they're smoothing out. No highlights of this part here. Like you're not going to be using that paint. You're just going to be using these two in the very back. And then when we start getting up to the brighter, we're going to be using all three plus the four. And then on the back side of the panel here, you're going to be just using these three colors. It's just kind of a little bit of bouncing back and forth until we get it. And then again, it's a lot of that working too much. The stick tag is moving and my miniature is also. Yeah, because I didn't glue it onto this piece here because I wanted to actually kind of clip her off. Yeah, I watched a couple of the new seasons. I watched a couple episodes of the new season of Witcher. I don't mind it. I think it's just, I don't think Geralt of Rivia is that difficult of a character to like portray because most of the time he doesn't talk that much. He just kind of grunts all the time. So I'm like, I don't think Liam Hemsworth. Actually, it feels like Liam Hemsworth is like larger too. He's a pretty big cat in that freaking season there. He's pretty big. Like it almost feels like he's either the same size, if not bigger than what Henry Cavill was playing that part. Yeah, because I watched like the first two because they kind of did like a little bit of flashback to kind of replace Henry Cavill's part with Liam. And like the big fight scene with like the Vilgefortz or whatever that wizard is, and they like redid it with Liam Hemsworth instead. And you know, and his voice is not too far off. I mean, I think, you know, I think he's doing pretty good. And there's a lot of action, like a lot of fighting. Like he's just there fighting all sorts of peoples. Well, yeah, and then the new season, they're finally going back into like what the books are about, and so I like how they're doing that. And that works out pretty good too. So I sit there, I'm like, all right, this thing's like kind of coming along a little bit more. But I don't think Liam's doing a half bad job, I gotta say, for actually getting just absolutely slaughtered on social media about him being Witcher and the whole season's gonna go to trash and all this other stuff. And I'm like, and I was worried myself because I sit there because there's nothing that Liam Hemsworth ever played in that was like worth anything. So maybe this will be his restart, refresh, get Liam Hemsworth actually into the fray, I guess I should say. Yeah, I need to sit down and start watching it. But then I can tell you what is really good now. I've been watching is the Terminal List Dark Wolf. I think it's Dark Wolf or Lone Wolf or whatever it is on Amazon. So you have the Terminal List movie. I think it was a movie. It could have been a TV series either. I can't remember, with Chris Pratt. And then you have like, I think it was a movie. It was Terminal List movie with Chris Pratt. And then they have that, oh, I forget what that actor's name. He's really good. If you watch like American Primeval on Netflix, he's in it. And it's like, and that's a fantastic season. It's just a limited season. So it has a conclusion, nothing that has to add on to it or anything. It's a fantastic show. And he was excellent in that. And then now he's in Terminal List. Lone Wolf or Dark Wolf or whatever it is, and I watched like the first 3 or 4 episodes of it, and it's like, it's fantastic. It's really good. I'm like, oh, that's so good. That one's really, really good. I really did like, I like that one. I can't wait to finish it. But everything that I start, I always have to wait for the wife, and we always have different timing of when she gets off work and stuff like that. So it's always hard to watch the seasons. But I need to finish up The Witcher. It'd be great. And finish up the Terminal List because that one's really good too. And then I got a month worth of Peacock, the streaming service. So I can finish up Twisted Metal Season 2, which I finished that up. And then there's that, there was another TV series. And I thought that was really good too. And I can't remember what it was called. And I can't remember who the actress is. And I thought she was wonderful. It was a good show too. I watched that and that was really good. But I have to watch all these other ones because I have to wait for the wife for all the main ones. And then she does like this like BS psychology on me all the time, where she's just like, oh, you know, you can watch it. I can watch it afterwards. And I'm like, okay. So then I start watching it, and then she comes home for like lunch or whatever, and she's like, what do you mean you're watching it? I'm just like, I could never win. So whenever you want to watch it, we'll watch it. We're just gonna have to keep glazing until that turns right. That is a very tight spot back there, I have to say. It's like we all do. It's like you're like, oh, I could just watch it on my own time. I'm like, okay. So I start watching it. Like, I can't believe you're watching that without me. I'm like, oh my gosh, you just told me that I can watch it without you. And then it was like, I didn't mean it in a literal sense. So then I don't know any other sense than that. I guess all women are tied into the warp. All women are part of Zinch and freaking the foreseeable futures or whatnot, and that's what they tap into because I can't tap into that. I can't tap into that. That makes no sense. But then, like, she's not, like, fully vested into animes and stuff like that, so I can get away with watching some animes. She'll get on and she'll be like, oh, what are you watching? And then she'll, like, make a mental note or whatever to watch on her own behalf. She doesn't give me a bunch of crap for it. It's just when I watch, like, main shows. That's when she gives me a bunch of crap for. Armor's coming around, it's looking somewhat proper. What a pain. join here. Okay, like that. And the back here, I think I gave enough time to hopefully maybe dry. All right. Now we got to kind of somewhat fuzz this over. Oh, the issues, I tell you. Okay, now let's see about etching all the rest of this wonderful stuff here. I'm gonna go back in my dark. Worst part is I feel like that's all gold. And the rest of it's like her. See, the thing is, it has like a crazy blend on what the heck is supposed to be what. Now, I thought maybe the rest of this is actually her flesh color, but I don't think that's her flesh. I think this is part of the drape down here, so. All right, so we were planning on making that something. Didn't I have like a really cool... I don't think I have a black red, do I? I was like, red oxide would be really cool to use. But I think I need a black red, and I think I have a black red. Somewhere. The new Tron was not good. Too bad they could have done more. Oh, that is too bad. I always liked Tron. With Jeff Bridges. Yeah, let me go grab my other. Yeah, let me go do that. I think I might use these AK colors. So I think we're going to use the burnt red, wine red, and the vermilion. So let's go ahead and color that in so we can have that. And then I'm not going to worry about the red oxide. Okay. So we're going to sit here and do burnt red. Because I was like, I have burnt red. I just didn't know where the heck I did with my AK colors. I think this will be the first time I'm ever painted a Daughters of Cain miniature. Why is that tight? Ooh. I need some of that black too. Okay. Not making a mess out of everything else. That's not good. I'm still making a mess out of it. That sucks. Get this red to lay off. Come on, lay off there. You get it to reach because the model's so tiny. Won't fit. Boy, that was a pain in the butt. Then I gotta kind of start from square on that. Start from square one on that one. I just like washed off all the glaze I just did on that one. That sucks. Blasted red. See, now it looks like all of this down here is part of a fabric. That's what I originally wanted to get to. The sculpt on this is not very defined in the back here. up, Antifreeze? How you doing? Here you going, Cross. I tried to pull off the little hairs off the models. Oh no. You got a little bit of hair, doggy hairs? Looking for Sopper, alright, Dragoon. Yeah, I only had just a few kids myself. I never really get that many kids anyways. I normally do it just because it's fun. Alright, there. Now I got a relative block fill in there so I can actually see what the hell I gotta do with all the rest of this stuff. Still working on this armor. Trying to get it to where we want it to be. And the thing is like I got a bunch of like scary animatronics that are in the front of the house on Halloween. I always try to get like a new thing every Halloween. Bad part about that is like in my neighborhood I have like a bunch of little itty bitty kids, like probably 5 and under, and a lot of them won't come to the door because it's too scary for them. So I gotta wait till they get a little bit older, and they'll probably come to the door a little bit more. It's actually not a bad price for. Oh. That's not a bad gig. $135 for combat patrol box of the DKOK, because I think I need one more of them. It's for this one. No, it's an online thing. Cause like a GW price is 170. Discounted price is normally like 145 or something like that. Let's see here. $550. Yeah, they're like 144 bucks with a 15% discount. And then they're gonna give it to like 135 for it. Because it gives me more deathcore riders and it gives me these cool little dudes that I don't have. And regular DKOK guys, because all I have is just the kill team dudes. And then I was like, I already have like enough of these dudes for days. So it might be like 135 is a pretty, I feel like that's a pretty good deal. And that's free shipping, so I don't have to pay shipping. I gotta pay taxes though, so I'll probably put it back up to at that $144 box. It's gonna be really nice if I can get these to glaze. Would be nice. Yeah, you too, Darth Rosie. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Pop her back off. Now let's try to get all my glazes that don't go to waste here. There's like a million glazes. Dark glaze. Sitting here just glazing it up, baby. I'm gonna have to make some more glaze. Dark glaze. Let's give that a minute to rest and see if we can work on some more other parts here. Valorant Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. How's it going? Back into some glazing. Well, pain. It's just because they're just tough spots. Just an extreme tough spot. Alright, now let's start making something happen up here, huh? Oh, that's not even the highest. That's not even the highest peak we got going there. Something of that sort. mid-tone. Now let's break some contrast up here because they have a little bit of a rim like trim. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Where did you go? Where did you go? There. I'm gonna use a little bit of Gobby Brown. You're almost done with the ghosts? That's awesome, dude. That is really awesome. All right. So now we kind of got lined up a little bit. All right. Now I'm going to go into like some really bright highlights right now. I might take up a little bit more. And this one should be I don't like that. We need to go this way. I'm gonna darken this one up. That looks better. Something of that sort. All this crazy edging. Ow. Just trying to get it peeked out here. It's hard because you're only using like just a itty bitty bit of this armor to just try to get the flow right, you know? Just a little. I want this a little bit. Then I get those freaking brass sheets, and then we're gonna do a cool looking little base on this thing too. She'll be on a much larger base scale though. I'm thinking like at least a 50 mil base. All right, we need to mix some more of our glaze wash. Now I'm gonna sit here and just play with glazes until we get it to sit right. I'm going to my bright glaze. Worst part is that we just got these little tiny places to hit. And it's just a bazillion layers until we can get what we're after. I think while we're waiting for this stuff to slightly dry, we're gonna have to go up into these other parts here. Again, same thing with this, or ultra highlight, or edge highlight. This one here, we're gonna go on that ultra highlight. Okay, now let's get back into glazing again. I have to give it some spot treatments here and there because It's not a whole lot of armor pieces on her. Bugs in my room. Little flying little gnats. We got AC Miniatures coming in with that raid. Namara, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. What is up? Oi, oi. Hey, how's it going? And AC Miniatures, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. How's it going? How was your stream? Not exactly sure what you were working on. Hopefully you're working on something badass like you normally do, because AC Miniatures, if you guys over on my side have not been following AC Miniatures, make sure you do, dude. He's a legend. Urgood? I don't even know how to say your name, my friend. I appreciate that follow, though. Thank you. Urgood Spiel? As you can tell, I'm working on this freaking lady. You know, the Daughters of Cain. This is the Maleneth Witchblade. So yeah, our good spieler. Okay. Alright, got it. Oops, caps, no worries. No worries. So yeah, I was there working on this Daughters of Cain miniature. We're sitting there trying to do the non-metallic metals on the armor panels, but she has such little tiny little panels on her. It makes it really hard to try to push that out. It's like I'm sitting here just barely touching it, letting it dry, barely touching it again, letting it dry. Liking the purple? Yeah, I'm digging it too. I'm actually liking it quite a bit. And then she is attached here, but we're gonna cut this part all off, and then I'm waiting for some brass strips of pieces. Absolutely, AC, man. I bet you had a long stream, I believe. I think you were streaming before I started, so you had a nice long one, man. Absolutely, go get some rest. I appreciate the raid. I'll keep everybody entertained. But I do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And you have a good evening. So yeah, so I was ordering up some brass, like 0.1 millimeter like sheets, 0.01 millimeter sheets. Like they're like really super thin. She almost looks like an assassin, anyways, with her little shurikens and whatnot. That I was gonna get the brass, and we're gonna kind of fold those up, kind of like they're like draperies. And then kind of have it where it has like a bar with some draperies, and then she's gonna like fly right through it, like chaka, like there'll be like draperies on both sides, or like right behind her, like some draperies with like a window, and then have it where like the draperies like moved out of the way on both sides, so they kind of fold open, and then she kind of like hiya, throw a shuriken in your throat. So. She is pretty neat. And I just been on this slow glazing, man. So I've been sitting here, we're working with royal purples, dark purple mixes, and then to get the brighter colors, I was just adding some bright pale yellow in the mix. Because I'm working with pro acryls, they need a little extra love on there. Because you can water down pro acryl as much as you want. It's still extremely pigmented, and so it just doesn't glaze properly. I guess that would be the proper word for it. So I have the Pro Acryl, I have the glaze wash medium that I actually put into the paint so I can actually try to fuzz this out properly. And so I've been just working on this all the time, and then she's such a tiny miniature that I'm like literally just touching certain little spots and waiting for it to dry. BSing a little bit, talking about some things that are going in on our lives, what other things that we're working on. Other things I've been doing is trying to get finally back into having a 2,000 point army of 40K. We were working on back onto the knights again. Here, I'll back up, show what I've been working on. So we have our knights. I was doing them in the Blood Angels theme. So all my armigers and stuff have a little shield on here. This one has like a little angel. And then this one here, they were like everything that was like the insignias that were on the old banners of Blood Angels. We were putting them on armigers. Right, and so we're trying to get a 2,000 point army up, and then I was just talking to everybody how we just got some more armigers done, and literally just the rules changed, and so now we got to make some even more adjustments. So like this one here, this is the Canis Rex because of this cannon looking thing here. They're all magnetized, so we can change whatever we want on it and stuff popping off of them like usual. But yeah, so this is the Canis Rex, and then we always do some form of a mural on top of the knights. I have a Castellan we did Sanguinius on. This one here has Dante hanging on there. What other stuff that we were working on? And then I was working on adding more armigers to the list, but then finding out that I can only have 3 of each one of these things. But now we figured it out that I just need to have the right detachment and I can have more armigers. So that was my bad of not understanding all the rules. So now I got these ones. These are painted in black and red, so we're gonna go with that Death Company look to them. And so we have 2 of these ones done. So now that kind of completes my knights truly, but then we got one more big night that we're working on. And after I'm done with her, we'll work on getting this part all done. We're getting it all sketched up to have Ashtrath as our mural on this one, which is proven to be a slight difficulty because Ashtrath is such a cool armor that he has, but still kind of hard to display that back on here. So might take some tries back and forth on the freehand stuff on the canvas piece. So that's what we were working on. And then we're starting the new month of November. So I got to get this piece done for our end of the month ender for our sub appreciation prize wheel dealio. So we're sitting here working on this, and I'm trying to get myself back into competitive painting again. I was doing lots of just blocks and blocks and blocks of assembly line, finishing up armies, big old 2,000 points and more. When I'm off camera, on my days off that I don't stream, I am working on Necrons right at the moment. Just painting big batches of them. I got like 70 Necron warriors, like huge batches that I've been painting. Getting those all done and throwing them over on my eBay store. I'm only gonna keep a few of my armies now. I got a little too crazy over the handful of years of streaming that I'm like, oh, this would be good content, this would be good content, this would be good content, and then I find out that I'm just buried. And then I'm just like, all right, let's rethink this process and see like what armies we want, what armies that we don't want, and then don't wants are gonna go over. I still want to paint them because I love all the miniatures from G-Dubs, so I still want to paint them, but I just put them up on eBay and sell them off in big bulks of really good tabletop quality miniatures. And then now I'm doing like a miniature a month of getting myself back into competitive painting again, so that's why we're working on these ones and getting myself back in the rhythm again, because I got some ideas of going for like golden demons and stuff like that. I went in 2023, but now I'm like gonna start working on getting some really nice quality miniatures and stuff into trying it again. All right, so I feel like I just need to get myself back in the flow of non-metallic metals again, get myself back in flow, putting them in a scenario and have like a good base for them. And so that's why I've been working on all fronts, as well as trying to get a really good paint job going, as to get a really good base going as well. But like I said, like this miniature is so tiny that the glazes take a little bit longer because I only have such a small area to work with. And like I said, they're a very small window, very small little amount that I have to do. So I'm just kind of like stipulating the brush in there just for a little bit of strokes, and then most of the time it's just kind of waiting for it to kind of fuzz out. I needed to dry so I can keep going at it. Now you can see kind of the harsh line that I kind of created from the first one. right there. I'm just trying to fuzz these out. But like I said, it don't have a whole lot of room to fuzz out. Something about this one too. Just doesn't look quite right. Gotta do a little bit more fuzzing. More fuzzing, guys. And then we were like talking in the stream too of other ones still hanging out here. I was sitting there, I was like, I'd never thought in my life I'd sit there and kickstart another paint line, but I think I'm gonna kickstart. I pledged for the Cult of Paints paint line. Let's see how well that works for us. Almost there. It's just like a little bit at a time, and then all of a sudden it starts fuzzing out. It's almost there. Just little touches here and there, and then they finally start buzzing. Start blending. Trying to get good transitions. And it's funny too, because you got to give it time for it to dry. Even though that I'm painting like super thin with all these glazes, it looks right at first. Then, after it dries, you can still see the harsh line in it, so back at it again. Just to try to fuzz it out of there. And you'll go through this thing over and over again. And I think I also get like the snow effect, you know, where it's just like even snow blind. You stare at it for so long, it looks like it's good. I don't want to make this one a little. Maybe we should do this. Whoop. Let's not get other colors mixed into this. I think I want to go this way. That. That looks better. Now back into the fuzzing actions. Transitions, baby, transitions. We're so close. I think I keep screwing that up because it looks like it's purple, but it's not. This part here is supposed to be all gold. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Okay, back into it again. We're gonna go into the dark glaze here. Maybe I can fuzz something out here. Am I off camera? Sorry about that, guys. Do it every time. I have it like super zoomed. I'll make sure that I don't move off too much. I'm sorry. I might have to give this thing a rest. Come on. You to fuzz just a bit. All right, let's give it a minute before I start tearing this thing. We're almost there on that one too. It's just taking me 100 years. Almost there. get the perps all done before my stream's up, I think we'll be doing pretty well. I think I'm gonna have to introduce some more dark. On into a mid-tone glaze. Now we gotta bring in that brightness, so I'm gonna go up into my ultra highlight. Alright, back into glazing again because I need to fuzz it. Get that transition to blend with the other. I'm gonna leave that alone for a minute. Start working on some of these ones. These ones are gonna be a little bit difficult, especially the ones that are under the cape, because a lot of this is trim. There really isn't a whole lot to really do on these little shin pieces, or the little forearm armor pieces. Probably should have went with a darker base on this, but it'll work for the time being. Cap. Finish up the hard part here. Pop this off the base because I really don't need it. Working on this shoulder pad here. Dark color. Shrink that up just a touch. Dark one again. I think I want this to be dark. it's time to just have fun with glaze. Glaze for days. I almost feel like I should shade all the way up there. Sometimes things just don't want to work the way I want them to. Go like that. And run the bright one. And go mid-tone. Like this. Maybe take up a bright one just a little bit more. One goes into mid-tone. That. Make that a little easier on myself. Holy smokes. Glazing, glazing. ultra bright highlight that we made. And it's all about fuzz and lines. Fuzz it till we make it. feel like there needs to be a little bit more extra love. Yeah, for the new Death Watch, the Death Watch kill teams, they're really neat looking. They're actually really cool models. It's nice that they got kind of like an update refresh on them. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a 5-man group in each one. That's what it looks like to me. So I don't think there's anything too special about it because it doesn't come with any extra terrain or anything like that. So I can actually leave that alone. It's actually been kind of weird. What's been really weird is that like GW keeps announcing these things and I'm actually not that excited about getting them anymore. I've been excited about getting GW stuff for years. It's just recently that they've been kind of like, not really. Trying to get this thing to brighten up a touch. Perfect fit in the cup there, huh? Okay. One more time with this ultra highlight that I got going here. Come on. Need some flow here. Time for you to bounce? All right. Yeah, my time is almost up anyways. But we did good. I got mostly all that purple armor done on her, so. That looks much better. Might let that, maybe let that sit there for a bit. There's a lot of layers, but we got it up there. It's definitely a lot of layers. Not bad. Now the rest of it hopefully won't be too horribly bad. Now we can actually start working on something else besides the armor.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you were here?
Guys, well, that does a wrap up, which that was actually pretty good. So that was pretty solid all the way through. That was an astronomical amount of work. Not astronomical, but not bad. It's been a while since I actually used like purples and stuff like that, so that's not a half bad gig right there. She came out looking pretty nice. So she's gonna look pretty cool when we get a little bit further. So now it's just kind of working on all the other stuff and then seeing how well the non-metallic metal purple thing works. And then we gotta do all the non-metallic metal gold. And then the little silvers for the little shurikens and stuff. And then all the leather that she's gonna have. Which I'm assuming I'll probably do like a brown leather or whatnot. So that all works out really good. Leave it there and hopefully she don't break. All right, guys, let's close up shop. Let's get going. Not bad for a Sunday. Get this thing going. So we'll have this thing for the giveaway. I'm waiting for some stuff from Amazon so I can get a really, really thin brass so we can actually make draperies. Okay, so look, I want her to like pop through a window like she's like gonna stab you, you know. So it worked out pretty good. So not bad. Not bad since it's been like forever doing non-metallic metal with purples. I haven't done that in forever. So anyways, guys, thank you for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Shout out to the sponsors above. You can use those commands in chat or you can go over to my Discord, !Discord. The affiliate links and discount codes are all there on my Discord. Let's see here. It's been a while. It's been a week off now. I don't know what the heck to do. Yeah, so over on my Discord, sponsor affiliate links. You can use those links and the discount codes as much as you like. It really does help out on my end too, because I got things worked out with the sponsors and whatnot. They normally give me gift cards so I can restock up my paints and everything. So thank you guys for using those codes. I really do appreciate it. Also on my Discord and on chat, you can do eBay. Everything that normally I paint on stream goes over to my eBay store. Been working offhand doing a bunch of Necron stuff, but I haven't posted them on there until I get all like 70 of my Necron warriors. And then because I screwed up again, I didn't put them all together to see which ones were matching or not. I just kind of 10 and 10 and 10 and 10, and I was like, some of them are exactly the same, so I'll paint them all up and then divide them all up and then put them in boxes and whatnot and then put them on eBay. And that'll be like the big chunk of the Necrons on eBay. It'll be the next set of stuff. Paints is streaming. We'll probably go over to what he's up to. Let's see here. What else do we got? Discord, eBay. Also over on YouTube, I do stream, multi-stream from here and on YouTube. So if you guys are seeing me on YouTube, please give me a follow over there or subscribe over on YouTube. I really do appreciate it. We're making that slow Destiny grind all the way up to 500 for the side quest, 1,000 for the main quest. So every follow and support over there, I'd greatly appreciate it. Make sure that you like and follow me over there on YouTube. I really do appreciate that. What else do we got? That and over on socials, that's my socials. I'm on Instagram and all the other ones also. I just kind of make them where they tie into everyone, and then when I launch one, it goes all. So it makes things a little easy and nice there. Other than that, that should be it. That's enough of my spiel there. Let me go and refresh my Twitch. I'm pretty sure we're going to be going to Paints, but I just wanted to double check. Make sure he is still on. So that works really good on my Sundays. Painty _ paint _ paints. Perfect. Let's go over there and give a big old huge amount of love over to Paints, another fantastic streamer and an artist. Let's go and see what he is up to. But other than that, guys, thank you guys for making my Sunday awesome. I do appreciate all the subs, resubs, follows, all of it. Thank you guys so much for that. I really do deeply appreciate that. So, till then, I'll be up on Tuesday. So on Tuesday, we're going to be on Tuesday stream and streaming more of this miniature until we can get her done and start working on her base as well, which we're going to make a really cool base, I think, and I think it'll look really neat. So till then, guys, take care. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, morning, and afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, and I'll catch you next time. See ya.
Wicked_minis just showed up with 45 viewers. Hope they have treats.
Wicked! Oh crap.